Hello, my computer duders. Try something a little different this time. Just for a little while. Not sure what this is. High hopes, though. It seems you and I have an important job. We're the same. We'll talk more after you meet my companion. She'll bring you to me, emerging from the water. What is this? Is this fully 3D? What is this color palette? Is this a character I can talk to? Is this a character I can talk to? Neither one are. Oh, space is the use key. Memories are a funny thing. Oh, I haven't been broadcasting. I thought I was. This is a Windows screensaver. Need substrate. Seems entirely irrelevant to identity. The ego framework is molded. Stripe identity. I think I can guess who made this. Can't talk to this person. Seems like a really interesting game. Disillusion ST. Am I broadcasting? I am. Got it. Is that the entry or exit? Me either. It's kind of a hipsterish thing that's meant to look like a King's Field? Not really. Not really King's Field. It's called Disillusion ST. I get the impression it was made by a stripy knee socks programmer, plushy shark person. It's got a lot of anime girls in it. I don't know what this fucking thing is. I don't seem to be able to interact with it. I like the grid movement. Indeed, it is. I feel rude entering the dreams and memories of strangers. They're deeply personal after all. Wouldn't want someone poking around in my thoughts even long after I'm gone. Besides, it's difficult to discern what isn't fantasy. Do I? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you just don't remember. Hating fantasy. Anything that gives a delusion of reality is not good. It's irrational hatred, perhaps. Anything that brings mostly happiness isn't a bad thing. You can find these items one that brings people most happiness. My name is Melpamine. Do your best, I won't be far. The bug-eyed anime gremlins have commenced. Here's the door to get out. Oh, it's like the Resident Evil chest. It's got really weird controls. I don't like it. The controller works, but it doesn't strafe. Oh, it's a save point. Did I save? Why is looking up and down handled this way? Why you gotta be a fucking hipster about something as basic as controls? Yeah, both. They're fucking targeting my people, man. We're more susceptible, I think. You're on vacation, you're in good spots to avoid bathing. The feeling of good no on my skin. Hashtag relatable. Oh, it's this fella. You're in a slop. To a chance in hog hell, you make it 6 step without getting lost. This place ain't within the realm of reason. It's all mixed up, meant to confuse and keep you from getting on to anything important. I like the writing. I like the characterization. Everything is mostly positive so far. Sort of King's Field plus LSD. Lacking companions. Jagged cherub. You can let it die, but please take care of it. As you travel, the cherub will grow hungry. A baby? Are you just handing me a... Where did I go? Where am I now? Why is hell turning out to be the Windows screensaver? I guess that actually tracks. You're following a person around to see where they go. That's called stalking. You never know where you might end up. That's a serious crime that you just proposed, actually. I don't see any Pokemon to care for. What's the strafe left and right button? There didn't seem to be one. Realms fold a few times before it's quite dangerous. For various purposes. Some told me I left. This looks like a fucking DS game. This is relatively new, but I feel strongly it's going to show up in like a 3-hour video essay from some gaming YouTuber. Me, if I was smart, I'd get a billion views. Ooh, sketchy vibe. There's a vending machine. Can I use it? I want a Sprite. I've earned a Sprite. Door unusable. Not crazy about these Bit Crush textures with this rainbow sprinkles on it. That's supposed to be something you try to avoid. Interesting that it's Doom 3 Shadows, however. Not me. Hey, fella. Supposed to make it simpler to navigate the Naraka. Thank you. I could have told him to fuck off, apparently. Oh, I've been teleported again. It's more anime gremlins. You put it pretty low on the ground. Make a good third stranger on the Dachshund team. What does that mean? What are you talking about? I don't. Are you talking about the running girl? Right? I met her. It's sad to run like that forever, don't you think? Find my own way to avoid samsara, and that's just to sit here and bask in the moment. Why am I fucking crows and stuff? I don't know what the deal is with everywhere lately. Never long, you know? Silly folk kept thinking something ain't it used to be. Where they come from? Where did they go? Where did they come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Cotton Eye Crow, I guess, in this case. If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Crow. Walls are weeping. The future's fire. Dare I? It's getting dicier. Being a ghost would be quite interesting. How did dead people do it? It was strong will. I came across a story about people being recruited by demons. Can't help but wonder if there's any connections. Are they demons? We never come across anything. I have a whole novel I'm writing about that. It's up to quite a few pages by now. I think there's a reputation system, depending on whether you answer questions in a friendly or hostile way. Sounds like my kind of place. Once existed. Memories are a sanctuary for divine beings like Malcolmine. What the fuck is this plot? It's like a real Japanese person wrote this. Even a Hideo Kojima game makes more sense than this. This is like one step beyond a Final Fantasy plot. Since garlic repels vampires, if you were to infuse fentanyl with garlic, would all the fentanyl sidewalk turds repel all the vampires out of LA? These are the big questions that man has asked himself ever since we descended from the trees and started taking up residence in caves and painting on the walls. You get a card box, we can play together if you want. A card box? There's a mini game in this game? What the fuck am I playing? This is such a hipster game, and it enrages me, but also fascinates me. This has a vibe similar to Undertale, but times a million. Golem is modern golem. Green souls. Well, that's kind of a downer. So I'm a creation of Melpomene, and because I'm a golem, not a real human, I can never achieve samsara. Womp womp. What is it with this Eastern spirituality? There's some of this in Cruelty Squad too, of all fucking games. Scram, what's your card deck? Is this a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh world where everybody plays the same card game? Oh shit, you know what's coming out? Tori Saturn. Remember Tori, the platformer with the cute little bird? They're making one that's inspired by Sega Saturn, specifically Christmas nights. Which is Kino Fubino. It is. This is a weird game. This is like Hylix, kind of. Same aesthetic. Coffee milk? What the hell? Why? Just have coffee with milk in it. That's the same thing, bro. A man in a golden church used to love origami before he became unreasonably greedy. 2 of his paper creations were brought to life. I suppose that's true. I shouldn't assume that everybody I meet here is a native who lives here. Some of them might be lost in the maze like I am. That was unfair of me. Why should I run from anything? I'm a rip the band-aid off kind of gal, you know? To be honest, I hate waiting for anything. I like getting stuff over and done with. Why are you telling me this? Appreciate the strafe buttons. It's really, I guess, a case of hindsight's 2020. But there were a lot of games like this on Super Nintendo which should have used the triggers to strafe but didn't. Even Wolfenstein on Super Nintendo, I believe, didn't use trigger buttons to strafe, and Doom did not do that either. And there were a bunch of dungeon crawlers where we would have benefited from being able to strafe with the triggers, but it wouldn't let us do it. It hadn't occurred to anyone yet. I guess strafing wasn't really a thing until Quake. Or I guess pro Doom players figured out that mouse plus keyboard was OP. My performance must not have been up to par, or perhaps the king simply grew tired of me. Kick me to the curb. Have you ever seen a city jester? We ain't cut out for the streets. I just hop on the zone and cry. Aww. What'd you do? I was just doing my act. This is nobody laughed. It's like they have no sense of humor at all. Because the king was like the bigwig, and now I'm fired. They'll even do jester for. A city orb. Oh, I can teleport to the city now. I have an orb. How orbulescent. Has this crashed? Did I crash the game? This is really fucking interesting, but in an insidious way. A game like this could suck you in for years, just because it's the epitome of if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. I am baffled with bullshit right now. Highly so. But it looks like it's self-destructed. I'm all the way back here. You guys want to see me do a serious Let's like long play of this. I can't tell how serious it is, or how, it looks like a shitpost and it feels like a shitpost, but it's also strangely mysterious and enticing. It's one of those games, like LSD. LSD is really deep. It's deceptively deep, even though it looks like a shitpost on the surface. Disillusion ST. I feel like this could have run on a 486 or like a Pentium at most. I got a warp orb. How do I use it? Can I go in there? I can't. It really looks like I can. What is this fucking Minecraft farmhouse? This is gonna drive me crazy. This is the sort of game you could easily obsess over. Just wondering if there's any great secret waiting to be found. Say what you will about the Programmer Socks people, but they make some really fascinating games. I suppose it's the tism. Oh yeah, alright. It was a tribute to LSD originally. Okay. That tracks. It does feel like a fleshed out LSD with more going on. Is there anything back here? Wow, it's fucking nothing. I got really excited when I saw Tori Saturn because I thought erroneously it was going to be on a real Sega Saturn. They're like going to sell discs and it would run on the OG hardware. I hoped for too much. Let me show you Tori Saturn real quick. Hope I don't get copyright. I'm going to turn the music off so that can't happen to me. It's got new moves. If I have any objections, it's that the Tori games iterate very gradually on the gameplay. Like, all this shit should have been in the first game. But I guess it's enough for a sequel that you have 2 new moves. And to be frank, I can't hate on Tori because it's just so inoffensive and pleasant. It's like vanilla ice cream. Like, there's nothing to hate about it. It's not mind-blowing, but it's everything about it is pleasing. If you like simple platformers, just hopping and bopping and listening to video gamey tunes, and having a cute, colorful character. It's sort of refreshing. It's kind of unpretentious compared to modern games, even in the platformer genre. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. I already bought Tori and Tori 2. I can't believe I'm going to buy a third one and all they changed was the levels and the moveset. What do your eyeballs like that for, Tom 11? This is a fun little guy doing fun little things. Fun little clown end up in hell. I don't know, John Wayne Gacy. Why did you end up in hell, Pogo the clown? That's spot on. How did you do that? I've been trying to pin it down on this. It is Kirby. It's just Kirby. It's just you keep thinking, oh, there's going to be some kind of edgy twist, and there kind of was in the first one. And the first one started out as a quasi spooper game because there were like tears in reality where you could see the code through it, and there was like a creepy Reaper as the last boss. But he seems to have abandoned that. I think that part of me thinks that that's a mistake because it made the game more interesting, but also part of me thinks it's smart because it's off-brand for Tori. Tori's identity seems to be a Kirby-like, where it's just a generic, pleasant 3D platformer with colorful graphics. As long as it does a few new things, it's justified, I think. It doesn't make me a demon. Clowns are silly and harmless. I don't know, what did you do, fella? You tell me. Mine's been trampled smooth, tired of it walking all over me. Tell me what to do, I'm not stupid. I'm so down lately, I take peeks of other people's memories. Sitting there in my own, I heard a rumor. Comfy. Remember, past memories will leave you slowly. The tree loses its leaves. Scared to forget who I am. Yeah, speaking of which, I don't know how to drop this on you gently, but my parents were in a car accident yesterday evening. It wasn't exactly night. They're not seriously injured. They got hit by an SUV, and they were in a Prius. My dad broke some ribs, but he's in good condition and he's stable. My mother wasn't seriously harmed at all. She was just bruised. She's in one hospital, he's in a different one. I went and spent some time with her today. The only difficult thing about it, don't be sorry. It could have been so much worse than it was. The bad thing is now they don't have a car, and my dad is not confident in himself to drive anymore because of the accident. And I don't really blame him, but I don't want him to be Ubering and using Lyft everywhere. I've been trying to talk him into a Nissan Leaf, because that way he can still do all of his errands in the immediate area without getting on the highway. But if he needs to travel longer distances, he can just text me, and I'll be his chauffeur. I just don't want to be his chauffeur every day. I want him to be in a car again. I just don't think he needs, at his age, he doesn't need a fast car, or he doesn't need to go on the highway, or long distances, really, for the most part. It was scary, but the only really upsetting thing about it was just sitting and talking with my mother, because her mind's going. Her memory resets every 5 minutes, or it used to. It's more like 3 minutes now. So every 3 to 5 minutes, she'd ask me what time it was. And then she would ask me, why am I here? I'd have to hold her in the hospital bed because she tried to escape the bed. I'd say, I don't want to be here. I want to be at home. Why am I not at home? I'd say, you're in the hospital. She's like, why am I in a hospital? Because you were in a car crash. I was? Yes, you were. Well, yesterday. And then a couple minutes later, she'd be like, is the car okay? No, the car's not okay. You were in an accident. I was in an accident? Yes, you were. Is that why I'm in a hospital? Yes, that's why you're in a hospital. What time is it? And I repeat what time it is. And also having to learn the controls for her bed, where she kept complaining she wanted to sit up or lay down more. So I'd say, there's controls right on your armrest, and she'd look at them, and I'd have to explain them to her, and say, push the buttons. So she'd push the furthest one. I'd say, no, not that one. Move your hand right, and she wouldn't move her hand. I'd say, right. This is my right. This is my left. That's your right. That's your left. Move your hand to the right, and she wouldn't move it until I showed her how to do it, and then she'd say, oh, and then I'd say, no, you're pushing the space in between the buttons. you need to push the button. And she'd push it once and it moved a little bit. And she'd say, well, what good did that do me? I'm like, you have to hold the button, Mother. You got to hold it down. And then she would hold it, and then she'd get it how she wanted it, and then she would be fine for a little while, and then she'd start moaning and groaning about how she was uncomfortable again. And I'd say, we use the buttons, and she had totally forgotten that there were any buttons and how to use them. So I had to go through the lesson on where the buttons were, which specific ones to push, and that you had to hold them down again. And I did this about 23, 24 times during my stay. It's really frustrating and distressing because I knew this person my whole life, and I've seen her at her best, and seeing someone like that degrade is soul crushing. Gravel once. Lifetime supply of free gravel. Well, every time I used all my gravel, I'm actually rid of that gravel. I really wish I'd the writing in this. Yeah, well, I try to think about what the alternative is. The alternative is either that they died in the crash, which would have been worse, or that I mean, this only becomes a problem if you live long enough for it to become a problem. It happens to everybody, just about. So it's a problem only because they lived long and prosperous lives, and they have me to visit them in the hospital and take care of things and drive them places. I'm upset about it, but I don't know what do I want? Do I want them not to age? Because that's impossible. Sure, everybody would like their parents and their pets and their friends to be immortal. Feel you there. The air's stirred. I'm blind and deaf. Missing my sense of feeling as well. I'm scared. I would be too. That'll do it. Oh, here's a dead body. Poke it with a stick. See if I can look down at it. Why would you make the fucking game control this way? That dumb bitch you travel with is so damn mopey. If I had a bod like that, I'd be all smiles. Wish it was pretty. Boobs. Not to be Freud or anything, but it... I don't need to comment. It's self-explanatory. She groans, leaving you with a warp orb. That's yet another warp orb. I like Tori. It's like cotton candy. There's no real calories in it, but every so often you don't want a meal. You don't always want to eat a 3-course meal. Sometimes you want a snack, and you want something that's light and pleasant. I played both Tori games. I own them both. I play them on Steam Deck. It's a fun little. The only really distinguishing quality it has is that it's designed specifically for speedrunners. There's a bunch of tricks you can do in it. So if you're not a speedrunner, you won't get as much out of it. I'm not one myself. I just enjoy the simplicity. Sometimes you don't want complex, you just want hop and bop. Spoke to one of the crows. Ain't that neat to think they pick and choose who they speak to, pretending they can't speak. What are you doing here? Save us all. Save us from what? There'll be a great tower real soon and let us all blow out of here. Is that so? I talk to crows also. Crows are crow bros. Crows are bros. Bros are crows. Not all bros are crows, but all crows are bros. I like Kirby 2 for the same reason. Although, Kirby 1 didn't feel that way. I think because it was the first game that they every first game in a series is like, oh shit, we might never have enough funding to make a sequel to this. We have to put as many of our good ideas into the first game as possible. Which was also true in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 was a very condensed and somewhat stunted telling of the story because it had to run on a PS1 and it had to fit on a PS1 disc and all that shit. And I like it for it. It's very truncated, but it's also very efficient in its pacing. Kirby 1 was the same way. It had so much going on. It really felt like a epic journey. Not every I don't want to use buzzwords. Not every game feels like that. Some games, after you're done with them, you feel like, woo, like you've just run a marathon, like you've just done the Iliad, the Odyssey. And Super Mario World and Mario 3 also had that feeling, where you feel like you've been on a proper adventure and you've covered a lot of ground and done a lot of different things. Wow. Nettis, you should try to make it solar powered and Wi-Fi as an extra challenge, just for funsies. If you're gonna do it anyway. Where are these warp orbs scattered all over? Have you found any? Naraka Golem. Oops! Accidentally clicked no. Is this a person or a statue? What's good, Strider? For playing the world's most pretentious RPG, is it? Kind of. It's like it's started life as an LSD clone. You know, the PlayStation 1 game? It's got a bunch of anime girls in it. It's got a bunch of little goblins. Semi-pretentious, but mostly charming writing. It's got grid-based movement, which I'm always a fan of, ever since Orcs and Elves on the DS. Weird fucking controls. X and C look up and down. That seems unnecessary to me. I'm just kind of sadistic. How do I get out of here? Can I not go down there? There's no jump button. Spacebar is interact. There's dudes down there. There's got to be a way to go down a level. Aha, here we go. Bug-eyed anime gremlin number 1248. And it's not too late to make a change. As long as you stay true to the path of honesty, I have faith you'll be alright. Thank you. Aha. We've been to the same place a couple times now. Also feels like Yuma Nikki. Looks sad. That cat crossed our path. I'm sure that. That's not very funny. Something of that nature. We'll be here for a while. power's coming. Gotcha. So, some of these repeat, interestingly enough. There's only so many unique characters. He's just an enemy wall scroll. Scram, where's your card deck? Why don't you scram? Why don't you give me a card deck? I'll play with you if you have one. This is Kino, this art right here. I like this. It is extreme. It is. And it resonates with me for that reason. This, like I said, this is a dangerous rabbit hole for someone like me. Me. Arrested, being vibrates to life. Face creaking. The Iron Maiden will take you to the city's power source if you can survive the trip. Iron Maiden? The key commander of my body. Shredding your flesh and bones until there's nothing. Let me live. Alright, I need a key to enter the Iron Maiden, so I need to keep looking. Pretty hot, it's quite hot in here. Very hot. Don't you feel it? Your melpomene feels it? It's palpable, red hot embarrassment. Cold grief. How many realms would you say are in this game? There's over 7 realms. Starship Trooper, what does that even mean? I've not seen a single star, not even the sun. It's a trooper on a starship, bro. Heinlein, I believe, wrote that. And it's been misunderstood and mischaracterized ever since. Heinlein wrote very capable women, but they were always really feminine, too. Like, they could fix a hyperdrive engine, and they were always more competent and punctual than the boys, but they also wanted to have babies, which made them unacceptable as literary role models. Think you can save her? Maybe just like drama. You enjoy watching people suffer? Honestly, yes. Figured you would. Pay back a no for all the terrible luck she brings, right? You. No, I don't particularly, but I have to confess I do enjoy some Schadenfreude from time to time. Thank you. No, that actually really helps me. Just the reminder that I'm not having a unique experience, that I'm just retreading well-worn ground by everybody who's ever watched parents grow old. So I appreciate that, Tom 11, and I appreciate you. At a time like this, it's important not to withdraw into yourself, because that's the natural inclination, and it's not a healthy one. Rather, to let yourself fall back onto the webbing, the trampoline of friends. What I mean by that is, like, it's a big stretchy surface where you spread out your grief over a large number of people who will help you manage it. A large amount of weight focused on a small point will penetrate into you and injure you. But a large amount of weight spread out over a large surface is much easier to bear, less likely to injure you. Oh, someone sent me a treat. What I tell you about treats, they're too expensive these days. Wait, I appreciate you, but wait until I can fucking figure out how to log into TreatStream. Their website's broken. I want to point the web interface to cheaper foods. Because I'll bet you if I look, by now they will have added Little Caesars. And Little Caesars is what I consider to be a entry-level, totally acceptable pizza. I've been eating a lot of Little Caesars lately just because it's very reasonably priced. It's $8 for an entire 14-inch pizza. Try to beat that. Domino's had that deal during COVID, but now they got rid of it because they don't need to work hard to bring people in anymore. A good, even a mediocre pizza has the power to bring a dead man back to life. They say that pizza's like sex, that even mediocre sex is still sex, and even mediocre pizza is still pizza. Dad texted me. What's part difficult, I don't really understand it, is that they're in different hospitals, so I have to drive different places to visit them. They tell me it's because one of them specializes in the type of physical rehab that my mother needs. I trust them. I tell her to trust them too. I'm not one of those people who reacts to fear of losing control of their situation by taking it out on the medical profession. Yeah, Costco's got a lot of good stuff that gets slept on. The meme is the hot dog, but you don't go for the hot dog, or maybe you do, but you stay for the deals. It's also very ethically run. The family that runs it treats their employees very well. They make a good case for capitalism, where a lot of other employers, like Amazon, do not. Amazon just fucks them. I don't want it to be gross, but they spit roast employees from both ends as hard as they can. On one end is Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg's on the other. No, bro, it's Costco. That's for the whole pizza. But you have to cook it yourself, and you have to get good at not fucking it up. Oh. Really? I never had a toaster oven. They seem like a bitch to keep clean. I don't know what's good about them. Air fryers, on the other hand, are fucking wizard magic. Air fryers are worth their weight in gold. I don't know, but I did a deep dive on Buc-ee's a while back. I became obsessed with it for like a month. And anyone here not know what Buc-ee's is? It's like a surreal indoor town. It's a rest stop ostensibly, but it's got so much shit in it that it's like an arcology. It's like imagine if Texas was a Fallout vault. That's what Buc-ee's is. Oh yuck! Don't say that. That's gross. The crusties will accumulate. Yeah, Fallout vault of Texas, a microcosm of Texas inside of a building. They've got a fucking veterinarian there. They've got a dentist there. It is good, but it makes me kind of sad that its reason to exist. Actually, its reason to exist will only increase, won't it? Because it'll just shift from gassing up trucks to charging them, and charging takes longer anyway. Maybe they'll add apartments and Buc-ee's will become population centers. It'll be like an Idiocracy, where there are Walmarts the size of like a state. They're just vast, sprawling Walmarts. But it'll just be everybody will live in Buc-ee's because they'll have become the new evolved form of the population center. They'll just add apartments and like schools and I think that's all you really would need to add. But I think Reddit would probably be like, Buc-ee's is a symptom of car-centric culture. And it is. It's the sort of marvelously, magnificently grotesque obscenity and monument to man's hubris that could only exist because we're so dependent upon cars and trucking in particular. But it's also kind of glorious because of how welcome and helpful it is when you need one. We have something like that, but it's not as big. Like Stop 24 or something, travel centers. I wrote a novella about a guy who lives with his hoarder parents in a double-wide trailer packed floor to ceiling with rotting clutter in the Nevada desert. And there's no civilization in any direction for 100 miles, and he basically lives at work because he can't stand spending time at home, and his workplace is just a fuck off giant obscene monolith of glass and steel that it's like a Buc-ee's. It's called Superstation Travel Center. It just talks a lot about the unnatural experience of living within this man-made bubble of air conditioning where no one would be able to survive otherwise. It doesn't make sense. If they don't have competition, the price should go up, not down. Hey, I was trained on child whimsy. I don't think that's true, fella. It's funny how shit this looks, and yet it has Doom 3 stencil shadows. It used to be a graphical marvel once upon a time. Am I stuck? Oh. Did that warp me? It did. I've been here before, haven't I? Which makes me wonder how their employees are treated. They're selling the laws. Most gas stations are like that. They make money off the food. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's better. It's burning constantly, so I can cut up my heart so I can feel cold, almost freezing. Fair enough, we did the same. It's not for everybody, but it is for some. The games get him, some of the card game. Yes. How do I engage? How do I do? How do I do this? How do I escape out of this? Let's see. Son of a bitch. Fucking. Oh, here we go. Oh, these are cards of characters I've seen, huh? These are my cards. You fucking shitter. Failure. Did you get to take one of my cards? What's D and B? Reaction. Fair enough. Same though. At least you don't spend a lot of time in level design a game like this. Working in hero's journey going into the smoke. Indoor forest, as one does. Nothing amiss here. I have a lot of dreams with indoor forests. Recently I had a dream about a ring city at the South Pole, where there was a geostationary satellite in a really tight small orbit right above the South Pole. There was a big mirror that would shine, that would redirect sunlight at all times of year onto the spot where the city was. So the city had nice warm temperatures, and it melted the ice so that it was like solid ground. I think I was on something. There's a platform too. There was a solid ring. It was like the Apple headquarters, kind of. But instead of being inside of it, we're on top of it. All the buildings were on the ring. It might have been that the ring was there specifically so that it could catch the light and the light would not hit the ice. That way it wouldn't melt it. I don't know. It looked like a CGI city from like a Trapper Keeper cover. Oh. Borg Evil, this one, same from Big Purgatory. Hey, baby. You got sexy mimes, too. Oh shit, she animates. Get ready to unzip your dick. This seems like a character that would be early Pixar that would have a huge fan base of Coomers. Latin word for passion is passio. It's quite fitting after all. Passion is what drives the heart, ignites the soul. So it sets a performer like myself apart from someone like, well, you. And the crush is already over. Suffer for what you love. Someone like me, suffering is the price worth paying for artistry. I don't know if that's really the passion that artists have. An audience can't get enough for brilliance. The price I pay for talking to that bitch is that I get sent to the winter Phantom Zone, which is the regular Phantom Zone but festive. I wonder if that would work, if you could create a pocket of habitable warm weather on the South Pole using a giant satellite mirror. Sub Adelaide. Sorry I haven't submerged any hamsters in like a year. I have the habitats in the aquarium. I'm gonna wash them off and probably rehome these mice because these mice are turning out to be a handful. Just because they're messy. Mice pee a lot. They pee a lot more than hamsters. They shit a lot. I didn't know that when I got them. I thought that it was smart because that way I could have multiple rodents per habitat. But that turns out to be a non-starter. Because having multiple rodents, multiple mice in such a small space, they would foul it up really quickly. I'd have to retrieve the habitat from the water once a week at least. Whereas the hamsters can go about a month without it getting too gross. A lot of that's because of the litter that I use, which is silica gel litter, which is the most long-lived litter, which is what I chose it for. It's the most absorbent substance. It's what's in those little packets you find in beef jerky. No, not mouse cannon. I love them. They were little buddies. I love little fellas. Am I stuck in here? Is that an 80s titty poster? Stop schizo posting. Come here and make me. Looks like it's a fitness poster. Score feed. Oh well. I Google Big Booba, get 10 million results. No big deal. It's a subway platform. Hope you've been having fun. Thank you. That was unexpectedly supportive and wholesome. I'm really interested in if that would work, though. A mirror satellite focusing its light on maybe a patch of Antarctic coastline, because the ice is like a mile thick in the middle. So in order to get at the ground and also have year-round access to the ocean, you'd really want to redirect the light at a patch of coast just to keep it snow and ice free and raise the temperature. Maybe in conjunction with domes, because domes work like greenhouses. That way, the cold wind wouldn't just blow away your heat. She's giving you the cold chill. You know what I tried in not Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld? I'm stupid for trying this, but if it had worked, it would have been glorious. You know Save Our Ship 2, the mod for RimWorld that gives you spaceships that you can construct and that have all their own dedicated systems for like managing heat and electricity and life support? So my little pea-sized handbrain thought, okay, I've noticed that when I have the force field on, my ship can't get rid of heat. So the force field contains heat. So logically, if I go to a frozen wasteland biome in RimWorld and I construct a nuclear reactor or equivalent powered force field generator that's a large area force field, it should be able to create a patch of evergreen land that I can farm on, right? Why wouldn't that work? But it turns out that the force field only works on spaceship blocks. So only affects the thermal systems of the spaceship. Which really bummed me out. Because it's really fun to use the spaceship mod in unintended ways. Hey, if that had worked, it would have been revolutionary. You could have terraformed any land. You mind coming to visit my friend? What's wrong? A friend of mine, well, she claims to be my friend at least, however, she often picks on me. Says I'm sad and sulking. She tells me to just look at my tired looking eyes. Can't take it anymore. You can mute it. Can tell me from being overdramatic. It was Ori, and my friend's name is Chio. Oh, and it's anime gremlins. Who wants speaking to you? Hello. Hello? Here. Ori brought me here. Cool, a friend of Ori's a friend of mine. I'll go first. What if I also say blue? No way could be the best friends. Something's odd about you. I can't quite place. Have more time. See you again soon. Interesting characterization. They feel real. I'm going to try to save my game. I haven't saved in a long time. I think we're done with this for tonight. This is really fascinating. We'll come back to it. Time for Insound Mind. It's a hipster game that's kind of inspired by Yumaniki and LSD, Dream Emulator. So my second thought was, why don't I use the spaceship spaceship tiles to build colonies on the ground in hostile environments? Because the spaceship tiles have built-in thermal pipe, so they can redirect waste heat. Instead of just using energy to brute force air conditioning, you can move heat from where you don't want it to where you do want it. So for example, if you have a reactor powering your base, instead of spending energy to heat the other rooms of the base, you can capture waste heat from the factory and redistribute it to the rooms. If you build like an Arctic colony, which is what I did. I built a nuclear reactor powered polar base, basically. Which I had some fun times in that base. Like having to evacuate everybody into space because I was building another reactor and had to interrupt systems and didn't calculate how long it would run on battery power. So everybody got a little bit cold, but it retained heat so well because I made it with spaceship blocks, which have great insulation. Even when power was off for a little while. What I did was I made a natural gas backup network. Since I had a natural gas thing on site, I could just store up natural gas in a huge natural gas tank. Like thousands of tanks, not thousands, like 100 tanks. It felt like thousands to build them. Slowly fill up all the natural gas tanks and then use it as a battery just to run emergency backup heaters, lights, and certain necessary appliances that have gas equivalents during outages, which happens sometimes because of solar flares and also just mismanagement of the power grid, like when I'm unloading or loading nuclear fuel into the reactor. So it turns out having fossil fuel backup is a really good idea if you're in an environment where your little guys are going to die if they don't have power continuously. Oh, that's adorable. You can't see my little cat foot. My little cat's paw is in the way of the left side of the screen. She loves to lay on the top of the computer and block the thermal exhaust. That's probably not good for my CPU. I had a lot of fun experimenting with different settlement designs in that fucking game. It makes little weird mundane things like logistics fun. Like designing power grids, designing plumbing so your little pawns can shit and piss. Which is not in the base game, but I consider it a must-have as a mod. It should be in the base game. In the base game, your pawns don't even need to drink. Why would they not need to drink? Why would they not need water? I forget who makes it. Its name starts with I want to say Djibouti, but I know that's not right. That's a YouTube channel. It's one of the essential mods. Then your pawns need bathrooms, and you can give them other neat things like tubs and hot tubs to relax in, and I think swimming pools are part of that mod. So I was able to have swimming pools in my moon colony. Let me try to find it. I want to brag about this a little bit, just briefly. Here's a good map of it. This is warning. This is before I repurposed. Actually, no. This is afterwards. This is afterwards. I used to have much bigger farms than I needed. I produced a huge excess of food that I couldn't find a use for. Every one of those little white dots is a pawn. So each one of these. Here's a force field generator, so in the event of like a meteor shower or mechanoid attack, all of these circular modules are exactly the right size to completely fill out a force field, the largest size force field. So I designed around basically having the whole base be shielded because it's stationary and it can't really fight back very effectively. I have a nuclear reactor on the moon. I relied entirely on nuclear for my polar colony because it's in darkness 6 months of the year, so I couldn't really do solar power. I did anyway briefly. I got rid of it because it wasn't worth the cost, especially because enemies would preferentially attack my panels. It wasn't worth it. The space utilization just wasn't worth it broadly to have solar panels in the Antarctica. They only work half the year. If you're gonna go nuclear, you really got to go whole hog and go all in on the nuclear, and just get good at it and accept that as a cost of doing business at the South Pole. But this is the lunar base. You're not supposed to build here. This is a one-time mission map, where it's the final boss in the SOS2 campaign where you assault a mechanoid compound on the moon. But if you don't dismiss the map, it doesn't go away. You have to manually dismiss it, and if you don't do it, it stays there, and you can build on it. And I'm like, hey, I can have a fucking moon base if I just build it the same way I would a spaceship, but not with any engines or weapons. Wouldn't it be cool if I could put weapons on it and use it as a mobile, weaponized moon? Anyway, all the color-coded spaces are all apartment blocks, efficiently subdivided into individual dwellings. This is the prison. I had a large prison because I assimilated a lot of people. If I needed extra labor or something, I would just capture people from a defeated spaceship, and I would, if they were dead, I would resurrect them using nanites, and then I would put an obedience chip in their brain, which would instantly convert them at the risk of like a 30% risk that they would rebel and try to trash shit sometime in the next 2-3 days. They really hate it. It really makes them really unhappy until the chip. They give in to the chip, basically. But that's that. Here's the hospital, which this area is just for androids. Androids need their own whole stuff for repair, separate from humans. So the humans sections are here and here, which don't look that big, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Does 24 beds. For I think at the end I had 120 something people. It's not too bad. Storage. I later expanded storage to include shelves along the hallways. Farming area. This is all synthetic meat. This is there are grow lamps that are optimally distributed around here in the outer hemisphere. This is, I think, corn. This is corn. So at every junction, like here, there's four bathrooms. Because there's a lot of people. All these people need to shit and piss constantly. There's always a certain number that need to shit and piss at any given moment for this number of people. This is aquaponics. These are all pools for raising fish, fish, shrimp, and whatever, scallops or something. Aquaponic, because they want seafood. It makes them happy to have a diversity of food. And since life support should be hooked up to water anyway, because, or rather the other way around, aquaponics needs water. I have life support machines here to provide water. There's a source of water. That's an area of overlap between the plumbing mod and the spaceship mod. What else? More bathrooms. In every area, they have communal bathrooms. I didn't put bathrooms inside the rooms because there's not that much space to spare. I have double door airlocks at every juncture so that if one area loses pressure, it doesn't kill everybody, because that happened to me once. There was a meteor that destroyed one little bit of outer wall and fucking 100 people died. So I reloaded and I was like, that's not happening. Not again. Generally I land ships here. They can survive vacuum for a very short period of time. So since I can't land indoors anywhere, because this doesn't classify as a spaceship to the mod. Spaceships you can land indoors, not so much colonies. I just land here and have them walk the few steps to the airlock. And it doesn't kill them. Especially if I put the nose of the ship right up against the door. They walk like 3 steps and they're inside. And they have like minor rupturing and hemorrhaging, but it's always nothing too bad. Here's little common areas I thought were nice. A nice touch just to sit, watch TV, and hang out. There's also drinking fountains at every cluster. There's a utility cluster that's got a bunch of different things. Every one of these has a drinking fountain. Every one of these has a pet litter box, because there's also a lot of pets. Every one of these has a trash can, because trash cans automatically clean the area over time. And if your pawns live full-time indoors, it gets dirty quickly. Especially if they're walking in between the synthetic dirt farming area and the rest of the colony. This was the biggest colony I could make. They used up the whole map, and I wanted to do this for the longest time, and I'm so happy I finally made it work. Nuclear power. This is the only chem fuel plant. For some reason, there's a single chem fuel geyser on the moon. I don't know why that would be there. A dual turbine, Zeus turbine, nuclear reactor with a waste storage pool. This is because I learned a hard lesson at the South Pole. If you have a hostile environment habitat with a large population that's too big to evacuate, if power fails, they all die. So power can simply never fail. You need to always have backups for your backups. So, in the event that I've got batteries, plenty of batteries. In the event that something knocks out solar, too many panels are damaged, then the batteries would start to drain, and that's my cue to kick on the reactors. Plenty of time. Nothing can destroy all your panels at once. Even if they did, the batteries would last for a couple minutes while I get a pawn to hustle his buns over to the reactor and fire up the nuclear power. So, this is the central module. This is cold storage. It's just one giant freezer. If I had the factory Rim Factorio still installed, there are machines that will automatically take items out of your cold storage and assemble them into meals so no one has to cook them. I have nutrient paste. Almost nobody eats it voluntarily because some people prefer it. So I have it here, and you can eat the paste and refill it and have the ingredients still be in cold space, cold storage, so they don't decompose. Which you have to design around that from the start if you're going to do that. Quite a lot of food storage because there's quite a lot of pawns. This was right after I had drastically reduced farming space. So there's not a lot of food. I had to supplement it with food from my earthbound farms. This is the workshop before I finished it. A lot of nuclear workstations. There were eventually a lot of cloning vats too, just so I could replace people as needed instead of having to keep abducting people. Here's a kitchen, just because it makes them happy to use the kitchen to manually prepare food. Some people, that's their passion, so you have to think about those people and accommodate their needs. Here's the cafeteria, sterile floor tiling, because you get a bonus for that. It makes them get sick less often. Actually, this is a laboratory. What am I saying? This is not a workshop. This is a workshop down here. It's got all the production facilities for actually making shit. So all the science gets done up here. All the fabrication gets done down here, which is important because if you live in a big artificial structure, you're constantly having to repair shit. Otherwise, you'll die. So you need a lot of equipment, a lot of redundancy too. There's 4 of every station minimum. There's the SACS monitor station for controlling systems which shoot down incoming mortars, because of course a hull breach would kill us. Here's the recreation module, my favorite one. This is a centrally located bathroom, just to have one within reach for everybody. Hull foam for sealing hull breaches. Water purification, water pump. You still need pumps in space. Water heaters. You need water heaters for hot water, and they use a lot of hot water. They're cold a lot on the moon. This is a holodeck. This space here. This is basically their VR space. Poker tables, roulette tables. They love to gamble. A lot of gambling. All of this is gambling. Some of this is like air hockey. Most of it's gambling. They fucking love to gamble. I really thought of everything, though. I mean, if I've given a lot of thought to this, having read hard sci-fi like Arthur C. Clarke since I was a small boy, and thinking, if we're really serious about colonizing space, then we have to really figure out how to design living spaces that will not make people go crazy or get depressed. And it's hard to do that when you can't go outside. We rely a lot on being able to access nature for our mental health. If you can't do that, you really have to supply for every possible need. And you want big open spaces, which is... It's fortunate that in space and on the moon, the microgravity means you don't have to support the ceiling. Because otherwise I'd have to interrupt this space with support pillars. Cat, do you mind? Cat, do you mind? There you go. Storage, mostly sand that I didn't use over here. That's the lunar colony. Let me find the polar base. Here's as far as I got with the polar base, but you're going to see a lot of similarities. It's quite similar. A lot of people lived here, as you can see at the top. Most of the colony... I moved a lot of these people up to the moon once it was ready to support that many people. This is more fault tolerant, being that if there's a hull breach, you don't immediately asphyxiate, but you do get cold really quickly. So I have nuclear power. It's entirely nuclear reliant. I have a server farm here because it protects me against being hacked. Mostly. I don't need the upgrade points for my androids because they're already all T4s being controlled by brain upload of a pawn with perfect stats. Here's the control tower for the androids. I could never have done all this without android labor, which I think tells us a lot about the future of humanity and what we're gonna need way better robots to do a lot of things we want to. This was under construction at the time. These are all battery pods. Because, like I said, if you have to shut down the reactor to switch out fuel rods, and during that time you don't have any power, so you need a lot of backup batteries to cover your usage while you're doing that. If you're going to rely entirely on nuclear, that's one downside. These are the apartment pods. They all have their own bathrooms. I didn't do communal bathrooms this time. The hospital pod, androids this side, humans on this side. There's a little indoor garden. I could have just done a straight up aquaponic farm, which is what I did here because it's more productive. I didn't just want to do aquaponics because that's kind of sterile and grim. I wanted a farm with dirt so they could walk around in a little area. I put it near the apartments so they could walk through it frequently for their mental health, because I have a mod where they get a mental health boost from being around plants and soil. Also, this has a glass ceiling, like one big glass dome for the roof, so it gets natural sunlight. Here's the prison where people await. So here's my artificial desert. As you can see, it has to have support pillars because Earth gravity is not very kind to large enclosed structures. That was fun calculating how the spacing had to be. I didn't enjoy that. But it's a giant indoor glass. It's all glass roof. Dome. Desert dome. It's actually 90 degrees in there year round. You got excited writing that, didn't you, Sardik, if I would? There are actual camels. I forget what else inhabits here. I think iguanas. Iguanas and camels live in the desert dome. Here's some hydropower from before I had nuclear power going. Here's my pride and joy, the nature dome. It's all natural. That's real grass. I have a terraforming mod where you can actually shovel up dirt and sand and rocks from other parts of the world, transport them here, and then layer them down on the ground to make a natural grassy surface. It's real grass. It's not synthetic soil like this stuff. It's the real grassy floor. And that was bitchin'. I didn't even finish it. Look up here. There's part of it that wasn't finished as of this photo. I don't remember if I ever finished it. The shoreline of the ponds is sand. I didn't make the water. The water was already here. See, it's a continuation from outside. But outside, it's frozen ice. Inside, the water is liquid. Interestingly enough, it gets fucking filthy. But I guess for Nature Dome, that's fine. Here's my natural gas stockpile. Trust me, if anything sets that off, that explodes like a fucking enormous bomb. And that's a big problem because it's right next to the nuclear reactor, which causes it to melt down. So this is not very hard base to defeat. If you cause one small explosion right here, that will cause the reactor to melt down. And if the reactor melts down, then everybody else dies within a matter of hours because the whole base loses heat after the batteries run out. You know, expanded folks. Have they? How are the vehicles? I don't really want... The thing is, you don't need cargo planes when you have shuttles. SOS-2 includes shuttles, and shuttles can fly anywhere on the planet and to low Earth orbital destinations. Here's storage. All storage is kept at 0 degrees. Or not at 0 degrees, at whatever the minimum is for food. Minimum is... I forget, but it's just low enough that food stays frozen. Here's my hangar, which I had to put different tiles over top of the water to build here. Here's the waste exhaust, which just pumps the shit from the toilets into the ocean underneath the ice. Here's the laboratory. Let me explain the cloning vats. The cloning vats are there for a good reason. On my starship, there's a Skynet system core. It's basically, they call it Sky Cloud, but that's what it is. And the Skynet system core remotely controls drone androids. You can either have androids with their own self-contained brains, in which case they have to learn and grow over time in their skills like a regular human. Or if you have one really OP pawn, you can clone him, which is what I did. Basically, I started out with one really OP robot, because that's the scenario. The scenario is machine progenitor. So I had a T5 with all 20 stats. So eventually I figured out, what I do is I make a brain scan copy of the T5 android. And then I make human clones. I clone a captured human a bunch of times. Actually, I only needed one human clone. I take it back. I learned that the hard way. I had to dispose of some of them. So I had one human clone. Once he's born, I copy the brainwaves from the T5 android onto the human clone because I can only upload humans to Skynet core. You cannot upload a T5 android to the system core. It only accepts human brain scans. So I copied my perfect 20 stats T5 android to a human. Then I uploaded the human brain to the Skynet system core, and then I duplicated his upload within the system core software about 100 times, so I could control 100 androids at any given time, all of which have perfect 20 stats. That made everything way the fuck easier. They're as good as they possibly can be at combat. They're as good as possible at every task. The humans were forbidden from doing any labor, except for what they loved. If they really enjoyed something, it was necessary to bring them happiness, so I would let them do it. Otherwise, most grunt work was off limits, because that made them less happy. So this has no roof. This is for ships to land and be safe within walls. These are turrets, nested layers of turrets for shooting the fuck out of anything that approaches. These are also turrets all along here. Turrets. Plasma railgun turrets. I haven't finished this one. I never decided what it was going to be. Here's the recreation module. There's the swimming pool. Gotta have a swimming pool at the South Pole. There's a computer core, so if everybody dies, I can summon a hologram to do menial work to get this system restarted. Little casino, because they fucking love to gamble for some reason. They love to gamble. Ground penetrating radar to scan for resources, which shouldn't be under ice, but whatever. There wasn't room to refrigerate the contents that go into the paste. I had to feed them paste. There's just not enough room to grow enough food indoors at the South Pole with the layout that I chose to feed all these people the kind of food they want to eat. So they all had to eat paste, because paste is 200% efficient when it comes to making use of nutrients. Workshop module. Mostly what I made here was replacement parts for androids and also cybernetics for humans. Eventually I got tired of borging up the humans and just let them be natural, though. Because I was like, if I'm going to keep them as pets, why do they need... Oh, here's the pride and joy. I forgot completely about this. This is the urban dome. This recreates a neighborhood on Earth. This is 4 brick buildings that are their houses. It's an urban little neighborhood. Each house has a kitchen, a bathroom, some kind of business. They all have their own business, and a bedroom. This one has a sauna. Everybody has their 2 hot tubs and a pool, and also a garden, a big wooden deck, because I didn't want to spend all the resources giving them lawns, because this was backbreaking and took me IRL years of time to do. This guy's got a bar. This is a bar with bar stools and a dartboard and a piano. This guy's got nothing. I didn't decide yet. This guy's got a shop. He just sells various wares. So the idea was to see if I could mitigate their depression somewhat from living indoors all the time by giving them a facsimile of the life that they once knew, because a lot of them came from herb worlds. They've got a lot of amenities here. You could be happy here your whole life. You got at least the privileged people could who lived here. Not the people who live here. They live in I mean, even they're pretty comfortable. It got a little bit oppressive at night, though. During the six month Antarctic night. It's just darkness, 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 darkness. It's always darkness. The only lights were exterior illuminator floodlights. And robots going in and out to operate drills to collect more resources, because that's a hard lesson you learn, is when you rely on high technology, you have to fix shit constantly. Constantly. There's always something needing repair, which is not as true if you live a low-tech existence with like wooden buildings on a patch of land where people are actually supposed to be able to survive, instead of it being a difficult person like me and insisting on living where you're not supposed to be. Anyway, that's how I play RimWorld. I wonder if I can find my starship. I don't have the newest one. Do I? Oh, here's my old Battlestar. Oh, this was when it was a baby. This is my Battlestar. I used to love this fucking thing. I upgraded the fuck out of it, though. It eventually bore no resemblance to what you see here. This was perfectly adequate, though. It had decent weapons. It had plenty of battery storage. I mean, for smaller ships, yeah. It had all these weapons for the repelling raiders. It had 4 landing pads for heavy shuttles, which was a godsend, which is a boon. 2 salvage bays, storage areas. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Here's what I turned it into, though. Eventually, I don't think a screenshot of how of its final form. Here's the Ultra Gigafucker Battlestar. I also had a special tactic I'll tell you about in a second. Look at the weapon upgrade. Just look at the weapon upgrade. The guns go all the way to the back now. It's got special boosters. I still used a hybrid approach because I didn't always have fuel for these at that time. Eventually I figured out what I had to do is sacrifice some of this space to raise arcalopes because their secretions are the fuel for these special thrusters, and then be self-sufficient that way. I had a trash ring. I basically used this whole big area for waste storage, and the reason I did that is because every little bit of crap you store outside has a small percentage chance to intercept and destroy incoming torpedoes or other projectiles. So it functions as like a secondary force field. It doesn't catch all the shots, but it catches some of them. If this is stuff you don't really care about, then you can just use it as a shield. This was pretty good. It wasn't the final form. I wonder if I even have a screenshot of the final form. I don't. I basically expanded it into more of a saucer so that it would make optimal use of the largest size force field. And I cut it back down to having 4 shuttle pads because I never needed more than 4 shuttles at a time, I realized, realistically. Well, I should not have come this way. I need to back up. Why is this slow off of SSD? But this has some shit I need though. As soon as I grab the pillbox, they'll come after me. I made it out. I made it out. But for how long? I don't know if I would. I kind of painted myself into a corner there. Lure pills. This looks like what you see on acid everywhere, but fainter. Not to be like Dude Weed Lamau too much. Yeah, bitch. That was a nice shot too. But I do say so myself. That's Ray graphics right there. I don't know what that is, but whatever it is, that's what it is. Them Ray graphics. Graphics. What'd you think of Disillusion ST? Do you want to see me play more of that? I'm kind of intrigued. It's got characters. Not really sustained interaction with anybody, though. It's kind of like they're just there as stuff to look at and briefly interact with.
It's off. I should look for wires.
Fuck, I don't have one of these.
There's room for a small object in there.
Oh, that's where that goes. I knew that. I was testing you to see if you knew that. If I had it to do over again, I wouldn't play RimWorld the same way. I got that out of my system. It's really burdensome. It makes me realize that the technology has a lot of upsides, but also has a lot of downsides that you don't think about until you have to take care of it like a big needy baby. Machines need constant attention. I started a new game and I'm playing more primitive than I did in the past. I'm trying to play a more human game of RimWorld with like wooden buildings or stone buildings because of fires. Some of them are wood anyway, just because I want a realistic settlement. I'm trying to do stuff with low-tech solutions before going all high-tech all the time.
Could plug a chip in there. Power's not going all the way.
Need to find... I like it too. It's a little bit stressful and burdensome. It helps if you add new mods that you don't know anything about for a new playthrough, because then there's new stuff to discover.
Voltage is too weak.
There's a lot of stuff that's just cheating, though. Like, there's a mod where all it adds is a shield. It prevents solar flares from knocking out your technology, which would be very tempting for me because I have a lot of androids. So solar flares are really, really debilitating for me, especially with that one time a solar flare once hit my colony at the same time as a mechanoid attack. I would have been fucked. Except I had a mod that also made mechanoids also disable the solar flares. Otherwise, my entire robot army would have been disabled right when the mechanoids showed up. That would have been no bueno. I also talked in the past about how I used RimWorld as a test bed to see, settle the question once and for all of cyborg soldiers versus robot soldiers. And the answer is robots, it turns out. Cyborgs are more survivable than humans, but they're not really any more effective, since skill points don't A human with 20 skill points is just as good a shot as a robot with 20 skill points, basically. And if you have weapons, it's the weapon that does the killing, not your arms or legs, unless it comes to blows. So a robot holding a railgun does the same damage as a human holding a railgun. All that really changes is how hard they are to kill. Cyborgs are pretty hard to kill, I have to give them that. They die slow. Because they don't bleed out. Because the places they normally get shot in are their arms and legs, which are not biological.
I could plug a chip in there. I think
You
there's
better
not
answer
enough
my
power.
next phone call.
He ain't the boss of me.
It's blocked from the other side.
No, no, and no. No to both. It's a more involved level than before. Is this where I came from? This is where I came from. I don't want to go back down there. When I came up here, there's a creature there. I barely escaped him. Remember that? He's all frustrated and butthurt.
No power. I should look into the wiring.
Any goodies here I missed? I think I've got everything. Here we go.
I don't want to step any closer.
Really wasted that flare, didn't I? Hope it respawns resources. Oh, I can go up here. I never knew that. What am I doing and why? I have to put ingredients here. Oh, it's a fucking puzzle. You want to know what the punchline of the story is? After my parents got in the car accident, I bought my dad a self-contained cordless tire pump. It's this little thing that you just attach to your tire, and it has lithium battery built in, and it can refill all 4 tires on a car empty to full about twice before you need to recharge it. You're doing well, thank you. Thank you everybody for being good friends and checking in on me and being a comfort. I'm scared. I know I don't let on. I don't sound like it, but I am shook. How many fucking bad things can happen in a month? Remember when my mother fell down the stairs? Now this? What the fuck is going on? I should probably check the undercarriage of my car for gypsy gore. I might have been cursed. It's a real possibility. Sometimes if you have a grill on your car, they get folded into the grill in a high-speed impact. You might not even notice they're in there for a couple of months. They're shaking their little crone fisty. Like, yeah, I'll curse you. You mean feet? Let's...
It's blocked from the other side.
I don't know, man. I feel gurgly in my stomach in a bad way. They're on the way out, I feel. I'm trying to talk my dad into a cheap electric car because he's lost his confidence in driving on the highway long distances.
Plug a chip in there.
And I'm like, fair enough, you know, but I don't want you using Lyft all the time.
Frenetic puzzle.
Because that's kind of a ripoff. I also don't want to be their chauffeur for the rest of their natural lives. Which requires that they have some way to get around, but they also don't want a gas car because they're big into climate stuff. So I'm like, why not a used Nissan Leaf? That would be entirely sufficient for local errands. And you know how cheap they are? They start at about $5,000. And the batteries don't have any thermal management, so they don't last forever. Is that an age, Lady Hoogif, where they can just explode? You can be that old. Oh shit, that's spooked me. Did I get the key? No, it didn't give me the key. It did give me the key. Don't need that again.
It's blocked from the other side. Oh, it's worth a try.
So my thinking is, they get a small electric something or other, like a buggy, for going to the grocery store and whatnot. That's what old people in China do. There's a whole class of cars in China called old people cars that are basically just golf carts with better amenities. YouTubers love to buy them and say, look at this Chinese electric car I got for $2,000. Even in China, those are for old people. But they're cheaper than golf carts is the funny thing.
Run.
I want them to be able to get around, but I don't want, Oh yeah, Viewmaster. I would too. That's tragic. I think my dad's still good to drive. My mother hasn't been for a long time. But I wouldn't want him driving on the highway, and I wouldn't want him driving anything really big. I think a Nissan Leaf would be fine for him. He wants a Bolt, I think, which has a more substantial range, and I kind of agree with him because in the winter, a Nissan Leaf has like a 50-mile range, optimistically. Oh, fuck. That sounds alarming. Yeah, this... I just don't want to drive them everywhere, and I also don't want them ripped off by Lyft. I think using Lyft once in a while for long trips is probably the safest bet. Because the longer the trip, statistically, the higher the probability of the accident. I still want them to be autonomous, though. To be able to grocery shop. Oh, I see.
Seems like I can't open it here. I can't carry that much ammo.
Secured case. Got it. I gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, that's really sad. Did anyone live to tell the tale, or? Is that a foolish question to even ask?
Might be able to break this with something.
It's fun. It's like riding the airport conveyor belt. That's really sad. Too bad self-driving cars aren't really ready yet. They'd be just a thing for elderly parents. Ah, yes. All right. I figured it out. Here it comes. I happened to find the right combination of switches. Really? Wasn't that pills? Why did he say delicious? Delicious pills. Yum, pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals. So I thought maybe I'll, since the present I got him doesn't apply anymore, maybe I'll get my dad a heated jacket. But it turns out he bought 2 of them on Black Friday. Purple liquid, gotcha. Just gotta get by fuckhead over here. Is that true? Is the monster still in here? It's not, it disappeared. Purple. Gotcha.
There's a small slot for a vial here.
We have loaded the Mountain Dew Gamer Fuel into the receptacle. Then there's gonna be a valve puzzle. Har har. Where might the other 2 be? Did the Fudge show? He did. I'm gonna go look around here. I know there's a bunch of shadow people this way, but I feel like because I was running around not paying attention, odds are better than even that I missed some power-ups and consumables.
It's blocked from the other side.
You got it. Tubes and pipes. Pipes and tubes. Tubes.
It's blocked from the other side.
Already been in there. Already been through here. Plenty of flashlight. Don't really need a flashlight. Not this time. What am I missing? Can I get out? I don't think so. I think this is what I got to work with. I need some weird pheromones, like Bubalepo or some shit. Lure pill experiments. I gotcha. Belligerent former employee. Really, the grand villain of Reddit just seems to be scary men shouting in their loud man voices. They all seem equally traumatized just by having angry dads. Some of them coped by becoming women. Some of them coped by just regressing to childhood and buying Legos and playing Nintendo Switch.
It's blocked
Letting
from the other
other
side.
big men fuck their wives to appease them. Big scary man sure fucks people up pretty bad. It seems to be the villain of a lot of there's a lot of accounts on X that are just women in their 20s talking about how scary and bad men are, when they specifically mean the men that they have dated. And they don't look for a pattern in the men they've dated and look in a mirror and look at themselves and what sort of men that they chose. They just attribute it to all men being evil. I think if you're already Freudian, I'd say that has to do something with also with the relationship with their fathers, where I think a lot of them resent their fathers for constraining their sexuality if they come from a conservative background, and telling them not to sleep with the guys that ultimately did hurt them, and also not wanting to fund their lifestyle and pay their rent. So the natural thing to do for someone in that situation is to try to find a dad's money replacement, where a lot of them just turn to OnlyFans, but others figure, why should I have to get sexy for men to get their money if I could just have the government take money away from men and give it to me without me having to do anything sexy for it? Which is, to be fair, a masterstroke, and it's only outrageous because I'm not one of them. If I had figured out, that's like a business model where you don't sell anything but the customer still pays you. Where the dudes that she wouldn't sleep with get taxed. And that money pays for her birth control and her abortions. That's really funny. If I were conservative, that would really upset me, but because I don't like a lot of those people, the fact that it upsets them is great fun for me. It's also just so deliciously OP that I'm jealous. So I need to get in there somehow.
No power. I should look into the wiring.
And it all makes sense. You can draw an equation on a piece of paper that makes it all check out. If you just imagine yourself as a hot 20-something girl, it's what are your problems in life? Your problems are that you have good looks but you don't have money, and you can use your looks to get money, but that involves contact with men you're not attracted to, which is a horrifying, unthinkable thing to ask of a attractive, usually white, privileged young woman in her 20s. So what's your plan? You need to get the money from the men, but you don't want to do what it takes to earn it. So instead of dad paying your rent and paying your utilities, the government becomes your dad. And takes the money from the people you don't like and gives it to the people you do. I empathize, though. I had a loud, scary dad. I tried to understand where he was coming from, though, as an adult, and trying to raise an autistic boy without any understanding of what autism is was probably a frustrating experience.
Power. Maybe I could plug a chip in there.
It's not to say I enjoyed it, but I also didn't retreat into myself like a frightened
An electrical indicator.
turtle.
Looks like it's not receiving any power.
Did you see that? Fucking MLG pro gamer move.
This doesn't work.
Monsters are gonna fuck me in here. fluid. There goes Superman. What if I shoot that? What if I shoot any of that? Are there any goodies I missed? Really? Nothing? Wasted a bullet. I got what I came for. Mostly. Let's look around. Here it is. Won't this just blow me up?
There's a small slot for a vial here.
This is the green one.
Unnatural darkness here.
I have to actually figure out how this works, aren't I? Seems like a frightening way to go through life, especially since, I mean, we can all empathize when we were little. All men were a little boy at one time. So we know what it feels like to be small in a world of much larger adults. It costs nothing to attempt to empathize. It's not like it's a precious resource that you'll die if you lose too much of. I'm willing to try to understand anybody, and I think from their point of view, a lot of the stuff that they do that's kind of irritating, men also do. Like, when has it not been the case that men chase after women who are bad for them, and then blame all women? That's not a gender-specific attribute. Men chase women that they have no business chasing after all the time. That's largely what incels are, just people who are frustrated because women who are way the fuck too attractive for them won't sleep with them. And how many memes are there about dudes going for women that they know are toxic and then doing shock Pikachu face? So it's really just a human attribute. If you're going to be upset, you should be upset about humans being humans. Humans are unreasonable creatures. Newsflash. News at Film at 11. We only see it as being a specifically male or female thing because of the gendered lens that we look at behavior through. Politics. Oh, I wish you the best of luck, Starter GIF. If it works out, let me know so we can celebrate your newfound love on stream. There's nothing more worthy of celebration than love. It is getting to be such a rarity in this bitter and divided world that sincerely, whenever things do manage to go off without a hitch, and the stars align, it's a beautiful thing.
It's blocked from the other side.
Do I need this here anymore? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. What I need is the 3-volt chip. Hey, what's that? Oh, no. Forget that. That's not what I need. 2 out of 3 gamer fuels. That's what those are, too. I was just browsing X, as I do, and thinking about how abstracted from real life we've become. I was watching women, presumably, behind the facade of VTuber anime 2D face rigs, discuss the merits and bargain price of gamer fuel in waifu cups, like sippy cups with titty monsters on them, with this big booby anime girls. What is that if not the most perfect encapsulation and crystallization of the age in which we're living?
An electrical indicator. Looks like it's not receiving any power.
That we're drinking fucking gamer fuel out of sippy cups with booby animes on them.
Could plug a chip in there. Power is not going all the way.
Why not? What do I need to do? What am I doing wrong? There isn't a 3-volt chip anymore. Don't fucking tell me there is. Maybe there is, actually. And maybe I'm full of shit and stupid. And my face is gay. What if I go back to the elevator and go down the elevator, it turns out that the chip is still installed there someplace. Yeah, no, I don't think... It's getting harder and harder to argue with that concept, but also I dread what will replace it. A lot of people who say late-stage capitalism are just those attractive 20-something chicks who want the government to pay for their bad choices. I say this to someone who also makes bad choices. Well, hold on. Do I fuck myself just now? No, okay, I don't need the chip to power the elevator because I have the stairs now. That's the key that I was missing before. Saying, hey, billionaires, people who work their asses off like a psychopath in order to amass an inhuman amount of wealth. Why don't you pay all my expenses for nothing? I want you to pay my rent. And also, you're evil if you don't, and I'll kill you and eat your kids. How's that a compelling value proposition? That's why I think basic income is what we need, but it's not what we're going to get. I don't see how we could possibly get it. I think maybe a negative income tax makes more sense. Negative income tax doesn't pay everybody. It pays people who actually need the money, and proportionally to how poor they are. And it makes use of the IRS and other mechanisms for determining wealth that we already have, which the only change there is we need is for them to do our taxes for us like every other country. Which means TurboTax has to be nuked. Their lobbyists have to be gotten rid of. If we had that tax structure so we didn't have to do our own taxes, and we had negative income tax, I think that would do exactly what we needed to. I think we could actually, we could afford that. We can afford negative income tax. I don't think we can afford basic income, in my opinion. We're getting pretty close, though. It's getting to be about that time with AI-driven job loss. There's been a lot of copium articles about saying, okay, yes, AI is taking jobs, and here's why that's a good thing. And shit like that.
I could plug a chip in there.
I don't foresee any possibility of any sort of employment fairly soon. How do I, How am I supposed to... Nope. I almost did it. Yeah, it seems like a weird solution to technological unemployment to build humanoid robots in a hurry. To have a moonshot program to develop humanoid machines. Someone said, what we really need at this time is a couple million cold, unfeeling metal humanoids that will do whatever we tell them to without any morals.
I could play.
That seems dubious. That really sent me back. Holy shit, I need to not die. There are serious consequences for dying in this world. Got it. 3-volt chip is at the bottom of the elevator. I don't see how that would be feasible, though. For a bunch of corporations to operate a robot army.
There's worth a try.
I think one of the answers, if I was a billionaire, would be to foment a civil war on purpose. Or some kind of populist uprising, as happened in Germany, for much the same reasons, behind the scenes. A certain funny mustache man had the support of big business in Germany because they were afraid of communists. For good reason.
It's cold in here.
I don't know what you're talking about. I love the Jewish people. I had a great Jewish friend named Michael growing up, who forever insulated me against such attitudes. The Israeli government is what people really have a problem with, and they have a problem with it because it's a government doing government things, which no government is innocent of. The sticking point for a lot of people, especially MENA countries, is how the U.S. facilitates that. It's like if you went to a school where there was a big bully who didn't actually directly bully you, but there was a weaker like nerd who can hit you, but you can't fight back because his big bully friend will beat the shit out of you. That would get frustrating after a while. They seem to be trying. Like, for example, Colorado taking Trump off the ballot seems exactly like what they would do, explicitly what they would do if their goal was to try to provoke red hat people into doing some heckin' IRL Minecrafts. Yeah, if you ever feel like you've lost control of your government, just be glad you're not an Israeli. They live there, but they're like passengers in the bus from Speed. The bus does whatever. The passengers are just in there. As the bus crashes, they all die, and they have no control of it. Which has to be kind of an anxiety-inducing way to live. One of the reasons I like the Jewish people so much is that they tend to be clever, not to generalize, but
I could plug a chip in there.
they tend to be well-educated. They tend to come from a fairly strict moralizing background. And they tend not to be religious in any significant numbers under the age of like 50. Which are all ingredients for someone I get along swimmingly with. I've had plenty of Jewish friends. I don't think I've ever met a Jewish person I didn't like. I got called out and shamed by a Jewish person, but they were right at the time. Before I was diagnosed, I was having a meltdown. If they had known, they probably wouldn't have. So I don't think any Jewish person has ever wronged me, specifically. It's kind of remarkable. I mean, we've done an awful lot to them over the centuries. Although, I think if you're not Christian, they don't have as much of a problem with you. Oh, hey, we both generally don't like Christians. We have that in common. Hot damn. Twinsies. No! Oh, not again. Fuck. What am I supposed to do there? I wonder where Michael is now. I hope he's doing well. I think if they're successful, they largely deserve to be. I just think the Israeli government is a classic case of a bullied kid becoming the bully later in life. It's hard to argue with it. I also don't really
plug a chip in there.
I can't say that. Not that I don't care. It's that I if I have to choose between Muslims and Jews, and one has to disappear forever, I would rather that... I can't finish that sentence. I'm just no friend of sand religion broadly, but some are worse than others. I think it would be more beneficial for the world to be rid of one of them than the other if we have to have one disappear. Although that's a tall order, since there's relatively few of one and a lot of the other. Since one of them went around the world threatening pre-industrial peoples into joining their religion or suffer the consequences. It seems like the people on the internet who want me to dislike Jews are generally not my crowd. They play at it. They play at all sorts of things, trying to get people on their side and disguise what they're about, but they're not good people. They're shitty, terrible people.
I don't want to step any closer.
They do a good job of propagandizing and influencing through memes and through just cajoling you to be more based, and how having wicked positions on issues is somehow manly and cool.
I could plug a chip in there. I think there is not enough power.
I think if I was more naive and more influenceable, I would be in danger. That's why they get a lot of young men too. Is camaraderie and having really poisonous politics. But at the end of the day, if you boil it down and boil it at the bottom of it all, they're just really fearful, nasty, small-minded, vicious people. They're just brutal, awful people who who do a good job of disguising that fact. Those are generally the people who try to agitate me against people who against Jewish people who have only ever been kind to me. If I have to choose, I know which one I'm choosing. Not because I side with Israel's government, but because I don't think Israel's government is as bad as the ambition of a global ummah or caliphate. Islam is really just that awful. Which you couldn't normally get away with saying, but nowadays, with so many shills pushing pro-Israeli government propaganda and punishing people in universities who won't toe that line, I can say that now. It's more the atmosphere has changed.
There's a small
where anything which could be construed as pro-Israeli government, which includes anti-Islamic rhetoric, is much more tolerated now. It won't be forever. I think the winds will shift again. But broadly, I'm against Abrahamic religion. I used to be against all religion, but until I understood more of it. That was just me being ignorant and generalizing. Not all religions are bad, but some are worse, better or worse than others.
I could plug a chip in there.
And Islam is just about the worst a religion could possibly be. You have to try hard to be worse than that. Like Scientology. You have to specifically be shooting for evil. Shit, I almost killed myself again. I don't want to have to do that a third time. This is how I do it, right? Oh. The only Muslim kids I knew growing up were really fucking weird. They're either really rich and sociopathic, or they had weird sex stuff going on. I told you about Nasser, right? I actually knew two Nassers. One of them went to my, it's a common name apparently. One of them went to my private high school, and the other went to, the other I talked to online. He was like an early Steam buddy. And he would not stop talking about cock and ball torture. He really loved talking about cock and ball torture. That's really all he wanted to talk about. CBT. I'm not making this up. He would describe at length to me women in high heels stepping on his testicles. I eventually had to discontinue contact with him. I was really sad about it. He was a really fun friend in most of the games we played, which was mostly Sven co-op. Until he got horny, and then it was just CBT. Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Yes. Whereas Michael was just like a normal kid my own age. He just had a funny little hat. He liked all the same things I liked. He had a 486 DOS computer. He played Star Goose on it. I think he had Tyrion 2000. He used to explore the woods behind his house. He had great woods behind his house. He would catch frogs and salamanders. I miss that fella. Wish I could go back. Trip to Simon. Gotta do all this shit over. I need to really figure out what I'm supposed to do here.
There's a small slot.
So there's an invisible wall. I can't jump over this. Let me practice doing it. No, it's not possible. What about this? What if I shoot the flare gun box? What if I turn it on and then off? Let's say fix everything, isn't it? Off and then on again? But that doesn't work with humans. Don't do that with humans. Turns out that once you turn them off, you can't turn them on again. That's really how it was. He was such a funny guy when he wasn't talking about weird pervy shit. We used to play Half-Life Deathmatch. We used to play Half-Life mods. He was my Half-Life mod buddy. Like, look at the kind of people telling me to dislike Jews on Twitter. They're the kind of people who, as soon as they find out I'm not a Christian, they assume I'm transgender. They're generally just obstinate, low information fuckheads, and I don't mind confirming their biases by being pro-Jew, even though I am anti-Israeli government. I'm also anti-Chinese government, though, so I'm just generally not pro-government in most instances. Governments are broadly not our friends. They're a necessary evil for organizing on a large scale, but they have a lot of unfortunate expenses. They're a devil's bargain in many respects. We have seen that we can live without government because we've had government shutdowns before and fucking nothing changed that was meaningful at that time. We could still live at a reasonably... I mean, in the early days of the United States as a country, we had a much less centralized government. We didn't have a central bank, for example. We didn't have any property tax. We didn't have any income tax, I don't think. Everything fucking worked fine. What if I take it out again? The only thing we really need it for is stuff like climate action and space travel. Because SpaceX would have nobody to sell their services to if it wasn't for NASA. Did I miss a shotgun? I keep seeing shotgun shells everywhere. But I don't have a shotgun. Did I overlook it? Did it let me skip out on an important weapon? Where was I supposed to get the shotgun? Income tax was a temporary measure to fund the Civil War. That's right, and it never went away. If you give them an inch, they take a mile. They say, hey, we have a new source of money. I like having this money. Why would I give up this source of money? You have to lure pill to tame the bull. Third floor. Third floor? There's a third floor? Any goodies I missed out on? I don't see anything. This is growing on me. I like this game. It takes a while to get into it and adjust to its rhyme and reason and its sense of humor, its writing style. But I can't just play things that suit my particular taste all the time. Third floor, ask Mr. Hell. Third floor, third floor. Third floor. What do you mean? What do you mean third floor? There isn't a third floor. Should I have destroyed that? That saved my ass once. Should I have destroyed that barrier?
It's blocked from the other side. There's only so much I can carry.
I don't know about that one. I haven't opened this. Oh, here's the third floor.
Indicator. Looks like it's not receiving any power.
Oh, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, no, so, uh-oh. What the fuck? I think we're on the same page. I feel like you and I are more similar to the early Americans in our view of government. I think ours is a revolutionary or strange, uncommon view, or shouldn't be. What is this? Why is this here?
Something stops me from getting closer.
I've had nightmares like this. Boiler room nightmares. Were those teeth? I like this a lot. This is my kind of gameplay.
I could plug a chip in there.
Aha. Aha, third floor, bitches. Well, religion has always been the great alternate power to government, even in medieval times. There was the king who had his power, and there was the church who had its power. Often the two were incestuously related, and the king would know the priests very well, and they would coordinate. But they were separate powers.
Research of fear. That's... But I must believe.
Resurrection. Okay, we got another puzzle. Where the fuck is the shotgun?
The answer was always there. Written on the wall. On the wall.
A136. Not how safes work. Not how combo locks work. Not how anything works, but okay. So the pharmaceutical company made this powerful, reality-altering psychedelic drug. And through an hello, kitty cat. Oh, she's cuddling with me. Get up on the computer. You love your computer.
Lives.
It's a keycard reader. It looks new. Oh, come on. I could plug a chip in there.
Fuck, really? Come on. That's inconvenient.
Nothing. Power's not going all the way.
Alright, I've got it figured out. Gotta go back and get the chip. Even here, there are office jobs. Interesting. You can't escape the cubicle. This is where the bigwigs worked. Research station. Alright. Don't be alarmed, I'm just a random psychiatrist with a gun wandering around. Normal psychiatrist stuff. Look at this computer. It's got a floppy disk drive. What do you want to say, 2002? Play some bitchin' games on that bad boy.
It's a keycard reader. It looks new. Nothing happened. I could plug a chip in there.
There we go.
Nothing happened.
Wait, what? Oh, I need that one too. Fuck. I will. Don't worry. I just... As you can see, I've got this one to play through first. I've got a backlog. I'll get to yours eventually. What's over here? Is there anything good? Yep, there is goodies. There are goodies, I should say. Where did I leave the chip? Did I leave it over here? I want to say I left it in the experiment room. I won't. Don't worry. I'll get around to it. I do eventually find my way around to stuff like that. Around due time. Let's put the thing in the thing first.
There's a small slot for a file here.
That looks right. That one's lit up. Yeah, all three of these lit up though. Alright. Blue is lit up. What about this one? Which one did I... Is it possible to do it wrong? Am I doing it wrong? Green is the one that's not going anywhere. There we go. That ought to do it. Fuck me if that doesn't work. It does work. Ha ha ha. Does the order matter?
I hope these are safe.
Oh, I wasted it. I made some new ones. Okay, cool. You fella. So I can lure the monster.
It's blocked from the other side.
Ooh, woo, what the fuck is this? Oh man, come on. Do I not have a... How do I do this? How do I do this? Are these upgrades? I assume these are upgrades at lower left. Do I use them manually? Almost. I need a sidewalk. Crab walk, crab walk. Crab man, crab man, crab man. Gotcha. There you go.
Ship it, guess not.
BRB. Time to take a piss. I'm back, baby. Sorry about the repeating noise.
I need more of this.
Alright, I need electricity to kill them. Which means I need to sneak around. I need to find chips. Why don't I have them? Why don't I have chips? I needed them to get in here, didn't I? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why two? That's two. It's one too many. Go away. Go away, go away, go away. So what I need to do now is recover those chips. Because that'll let me turn on electricity.
I'll come back for this if I need it.
So what I need to do is get the chips back. Where'd they go? Where'd I put them? Nope, it's all. I put chips somewhere. Nothing of value was lost. We should consider this a blessing. Where the fuck did I put the computer chips? I need them. I can't do this without them.
I could plug a chip in there. No dice.
Nope. I used them someplace to open a door, didn't I? Was it on the 3rd floor, maybe? Ah, here we go. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Now I have what I need to vaporize those fools. Alright, alright. Where was I? No! I hate this puzzle. There's an easier way to get in there. I don't remember what it was.
Guess not. I could plug a chip in there.
Alright. This is a kill room. I have to get the boss in here somehow. How do I get him up here? However. How would I get him up here? I hear him, but I don't see him.
I could plug a chip in there.
You guys still around? Incinerator. Logically, the incinerator is what I need to lure him into, isn't it? There, no, he came from there. He came from there, so it's not where he goes to. I don't see him anywhere. What's good, Hoy Graphics? We're playing In Sound Mind, which is basically Alan Wake plus Half-Life 2 plus Psychonauts. An interesting special blend. We're trying to lure a pillhead with pills, which is how you do it. I think we might have broken the game, though. I think you're actually supposed to beat those 2 GigaChad units. Thank you, Hoy Graphics. Anyone who subscribes to Prime, you're really helping me out. I don't have a. I should put the notice back up. I don't want to seem like a e-beggar. It really helps. It's free for if you have it. It pays into my Twitch payout, which I get every month or two. Which at its peak was about $120. Now it's about $50. Thankful for every little bit of support. It's not just that, Netis. There's a bunch of tonally inconsistent stuff about this game. Like the goofy Bluto voice of the main bad guy. Oh, you thought you were gonna escape this hell realm. What a fool you were.
I can't carry that much ammo.
Blah, 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 blah. Did I fuck up the game by not defeating those 2 bad guys properly? It sure fucking seems like I might have. Do I need the chip I don't have? I have made $432 lifetime. Well, not lifetime, between 2018 and 2023 total on YouTube. It really does not pay for shit unless you are in the very top echelon. Flashlight rave, flashlight rave. If I turn all 3 of these on, will that summon the beast?
I could plug a chip in there.
No! I'm gonna lose a lot of progress. Oh, probably for the best. That's probably for the best, because I fucked up the, a sequence broke, basically. Thank you, I'll try not to spend it all in one place. It's like one dragon dildo. I don't know how far back I am. I don't know how scared to be. Alright, this isn't so bad.
I could plug a chip in there.
Oops. That wasn't smart. Where'd I leave the last chip? I don't even remember. I can't remember 5 seconds ago. Oh, thank you. I need to get back to submerging rodents, though. Everyone wants to see it, and I haven't done it in a long time. I've been doing AI videos. Which people seem to like, too, but it's a different group. It's not... They're not unified. The people who like the AI videos are not the ones who like the hamster videos, and vice versa. So I stand to lose a large part of my audience if I don't do both. Oh, thank you. You guys are being so sweet to me. What'd I do to deserve it? I need to get back to rebuilding the GigaHab towers, because those... I don't know if I told you what happened with those. I used a spray solvent on them to get the sealant off so I could fix the problem. And it
I could plug
broke
a chip
it.
in there.
It dissolved the hinges. I got AI access. What I could really use is $144 for Runway access. Runway is a video generator. I got great results with Runway. They charge a pretty penny though annually. I want to say it's $12 a month. 12 times 12 is $144, I believe. Assembly room. That's got to be where he comes out of. Watch for the Spooberman to fucking pop out of there. I don't mean to stereotype Supermans, but they do be popping out from time to time. It's a thing they do. Loading zone. Can I open it from here? Here? That just goes there. Fuck. It's pricey, but I just keep thinking about the cool videos I could make with it. That might attract more people to my channel. I'm not saying they all pop out, but Supermans, on average, are more likely to pop out, according to FBI scary pop-out statistics. They do be hiding behind shit and coming at you like boogity boogity boo.
I'll come back for this if I need it.
What do I do now? The fuck do I do now? He's on the ground floor. How do I get him up here? I hear him, but I don't see him either. Like, this is the room he's in, right? Do you see him? Oh, thank you. Honey Graphics, have you heard my latest AI Alex Jones album? Wherein there are, I believe, 4 new songs. 3 or 4 new songs. They're not animated in MS Paint, but they do have AI Alex Jones singing them. All original works by me, myself. I'm stuck. There we go. Have you seen that yet? It's not to be missed. Do you see the Superman? That's right. He's in the Ghost Trap. He's in Ghost Jail where he belongs. Having said that, our country's Ghost Jail system is quite corrupt and there's a lot of reforming to do. You won't be sorry. I mean, you will be sorry that you listened to AI Alex Jones singing about diarrhea. But, these are the experiences that make up a life. Where does this go? This is... Oh, that's outside. Never mind. Okay, so that's where he came in through. I don't see him. I must have fucked up something. Something's not right. There's all the shotgun ammo, but I don't have a shotgun. Is he out there? Oops. Oh, he likes the pills. Daddy likey pillsies. This is where he entered into the processing floor from. Alright, so I got the pills. Now what? Will he crash through that too? He does crash through that. Oh, baby. Well, this doesn't look good. When do I get the fucking shotgun? Hanging around derelict Superfund sites, finding pills on the ground. This is just damn good time. Good old-fashioned fun. It's easy to do. I could link you to the programs after this. There's a Discord where you get all the vocal presets for different celebrities. Is he coming? Oh Lord, he coming. Oh fuck. Screws. Drop me after you're crashing right into the factory. Guess I can distract him with pills. Just like me. She's just like me. I'm not doing well. Oh fuck. Ow shit. They dropped pills. Don't eat pills off the ground, kids. What is this? All right. Have you ever thought about setting a Discord server? I did. It's a hellhole. I don't ever go to it. It immediately got taken over by Nazis. So I abandoned it. Nazis and weird porn people. Seems to be much of the internet these days. How do I destroy this? Oh, it's my last flare too. How do I destroy this? I need to push that button. How do I destroy this? Oh. Oh, alright. It combines with the other chemical to explode. Alright, I get you. Run into the toilet because you gotta shit fast. No time to shit slow. Check how I'm gonna run slow. Like diarrhea in a bowl, like the legends of old. Cheetos and burritos, Fritos and Doritos. I wish I didn't eat those because they're making me brab. Welcome your face to the diarrhea rap. It's a rap. Can't do it now. These pills are the key, I feel. So I can also take the pill myself. Take pills, kids. Try this at home. I feel strongly that what I have to do is throw the pills into the water after I contaminate it with the chemicals. And that will explode him. Right? Did you like the extra, the ones you hadn't heard yet? I still haven't done Flying Spider on it. I have to get around to that someday. Flying Spider. Flying Spider. Uh-oh. I wasted my pills. Might as well just die now. Here we go. Then it's done. Did they kill him? Is he a spoopy ghost now? You can always count on a derelict industrial sites to have just drugs on the ground, lying around. It's just expensive. You'd think it wouldn't be there. Any more pills? I must be missing something. Could be a third pump house or some shit. What do I do here? I do something here. I'm doing something wrong. What do you do here? Oh. Oh, drain the lake. Okay.
Not bad. I gotta hit him where it hurts. How do I chip that armor of his? Maybe if I lure him into ramming one of those pillars. Be mindful of your anger, Max. I don't want to hurt you. Try and be calm.
They get him?
His armor's breaking, exposing him. Max, this isn't you. His skull is cracking. He's weak. Be mindful of your anger, Max.
Oh!
You control your anger, not the other way around.
Good thing there's a lot of these.
Please, Max. I have to calm him down somehow. He seems receptive to these lure pills. If I can throw these lure pills into the exposed parts, I can calm the man inside the machine. A direct hit of these lure pills might do the trick.
I gotcha. Yes!
Parts of him are exposed. These pills seem to work. No way I'm getting it out myself. The pills calm him down. It's working.
This is not very good psychiatry. There we go.
It's okay. She will always be your daughter. You will always be her dad.
Oh, I'm nutting! Oh, I'm nutting!
Max tried to fight back and died for it. Your death won't be in vain. Thank you for leading me here.
That was kind of anticlimactic ending. I thought we were gonna lure him into like a furnace or an electrification thing and destroy him. Instead, we just drugged him. I thought I was not the type of doctor who prescribes drugs. Remember that? Remember when he said that? That was a long level. Holy shit. That was so long. It was really good though. They're getting better.
No, there wasn't any violence in my upbringing. There was discipline, and yeah, sometimes it hurt, but get that dumbass cat out of here. I'm gonna toss it out the window. Damn thing makes my nose itch.
Tanya, out. Let's not threaten the cat. I'll keep her outside.
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. Look, I'm willing to admit that I get angry sometimes, but there's a lot of stuff that's pissing me off, Doc.
Like what?
Yum 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 pills on my tum tum. How do I get around this? How do I get around this? Yep, see you around. Thank you for dropping by. Don't be a stranger. We all float down here. How do I get past this? There we go.
I lost my job. I don't even really know why. Those Meyer bastards. So I had a small accident with that shipment of pharmaceutical juice or whatever. So what? Don't I get any credit for 20 years of flawless driving? Man, whatever that shit was made me feel sick to my stomach. Damn stuff's probably toxic too, seeing as I can't even recall it fully and it was only 2 nights ago.
He's not wrong. Meyer is the villain of the story. But Scary Angry Man is the villain of Reddit, so...
That must be very frustrating. How often would you say you feel...
God damn it! You know what? How am I supposed to show the court I've got my life together if I ain't got no job for no real reason? I've a good mind to go back to the quarry and have a nice long chat with those Meyer folk.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Maybe I'll take that army hippie guy with me. He said he'll give me $200 if I can get him into the quarry.
Perhaps we should discuss your approach in a calm...
No. In fact, if they don't hire me back right away, there'll be hell to pay. I'm going.
You're required to stay for the full session, Mr. Nygaard.
Oh yeah? Try and stop me.
Indeed, feelings are not your amigo, and more often work against you than for. Which is a double-edged sword, because you can't really enjoy life as a human being without feelings. It's a drug we're all addicted to. He's a rageaholic is Max Nygaard's problem. He just can't live without rageahol. I've been getting new follows lately. I wonder what my Twitch follower account is up to. Hello, Kator.
I don't understand. How could Meyer do something like this?
Because they think they could get away with it. Listen, someone called here while you were out. It sounded urgent. You should check your messages ASAP.
Gotcha.
Dr. Wales, you there? Listen, the meeting went bad. They took her, man. I barely escaped. I don't know what they're gonna do. They're after me, and they might be coming after you too, just for seeing me. I'm sorry. Please contact me so we can figure this out. And don't drink from the tap.
Is all this me hallucinating?
Is Cole one of your patients?
Yes. Though he didn't show for his last appointment.
You should call him back.
Phones haven't really been working in my favor.
Guess we have to do this the hard way. Lucas had a cabin in the forest, didn't he? You should try and see if you can access it from the building. Maybe there's something there that'll help us make contact with him.
Or a tape.
While you're at it, you should check out what's happening downstairs. This place is falling apart.
I only want to feel the way I want to feel. I don't want to feel
Bye.
sad or angry. It seems like it must be. Like, it seems like what happened is that there's a spill of psychedelic drugs into the water supply. And this fellow is just tripping balls. He's leaving no ball untripped. Uh-oh.
Oops, this one's on me. The elevator was supposed to drop all the way down and explode. Since you're stuck there, starving to death, how about you take this opportunity to reflect on what a major pain in the ass you've been?
I don't see anything in the mirror.
Did you call elevator service? A grown man being bailed out by a cat. Come on, let's go.
My little cat friend. Little kitty cat. You're a cat! You're a kitty cat!
This is what happens when I'm not around. Huh. As if all this wasn't enough, I get stuck in the vents. Yippee-ki-yay. Have you stopped to wonder what the tapes
Shut
really
up!
mean to you? There's recordings of your patients, that's for sure. Since there's stories and troubles, but what about who decides the story of Desmond Wales? This is where you get off. See you back at the office. Toodles.
I would fuck the shit out of that VA. Not the cat, the VA. She sounds like a 20-year-old who lives in a filthy apartment and smokes. And has tattoos everywhere. This is right. Slide, second floor. Barrel. Good. Oh, this is where I am. Apathetic nihilist. GF. No pills. Fuck. Oh, it got flooded. No! Oh, that's alright. I gotcha. Is this gonna be Ruby Ridge? You know how to do is apply for a job that involves writing. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't know why I've never done that. I don't have a good reason for that. Why have I never applied for work that involves writing? I guess lack of confidence. Also, any journalist job around here would require me to be at least gay. Could I fake it?
It's off.
Could I say some shit about being inclusive of the lived experiences of people on the spectrum? My job warrant as hell. False. Oh, PTSD. Alright. I'm glad I never enlisted. I considered it briefly. After 9/11. thinking that if I survived long enough, I would get a military pension. But I'm glad I didn't do that. I wouldn't be any good to anyone with my sensory issues. Now that I know what I know about myself, I would have gotten a lot of people killed. So it's good to know, it's good to believe in yourself, but it's also good to know what your limits are. I would not have been cut out for transfer Milton Hammond.
No power.
Where does that go to? How the fuck do I get there? It's behind the wall. Do I have to beat his tape first? Oh, here we go.
Looks like some sort of a power unit.
Connector here. You know, I'll come back. Maybe that's a booby trap. Ooh, the spooky Satan number. Oh shit, really? Oh, now I can do this.
Coin slot.
All right. I sure chose a shitty thing to put all my development points into. The skill points, considering I live in the age of AI. And that's true of almost anybody fairly soon.
You know what the funny thing is? You're going to work so hard to survive this stupid escapade, only to die.
That's a blast from your
by my
ass.
hands.
Run into the toilet because you got it shit fast. That guy's the worst part of this game. By far. He reduces my enjoyment of even the good parts. No, why?
When I tell you to do something, you ignore me. But when a disheveled maniac like Lucas gives you false hope, you obey him without question.
Yes.
Lucas could be your ticket out of here. You have to contact him.
I'll find a way.
The kitten friend.
Whatever you see when you're there, don't let it hinder you. Keep going.
Cute little cat fellow. I almost got all the tapes now. Holy shit.
Next tape.
Come back alive, please.
I wanna do this, but I also, you know, let's do it. Then I'll save once I'm in the level. That's deep. I'm 14 and this is deep. Yeah, with a little bit more mature and intelligent writing, this could have been much better. It's the flood level from Halo. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Nice place you got here. Cozy. And this table? Is it mahogany or oak?
I actually have no idea. Alright, Mr. Cole. Why don't you sit down so we can start with the basics? Have you ever had therapy or counseling before?
Straight to the point, huh, Doc? Sorry, You're not the first therapist I've met with, but I sometimes find it difficult to open up. Past therapy sessions were very productive.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not a super social guy, so you're the first person I've spoken more than a sentence with since I moved here. About a month ago.
In that case, welcome to Milton Haven.
Thanks. Since I'm on the road so much, I tend to keep to myself, but sometimes I feel like paying people to talk to me.
So, what brings you here?
That's a good question. I need help staying sane. You see, how this usually goes is that I tell you, the therapist, a story from my time in the armed forces of horrifying experiments, government conspiracies, and cover-ups. Then at some point, you're gonna give me the look.
The look?
The look you're giving me right now. The look that says I'm talking to a lunatic.
Lunatic? No. But I am a bit puzzled. I would very much like to hear your story.
All right, I'll tell it to you, but I've been made to doubt myself for years, so I hope you'll take it seriously. Take me seriously, and don't give me that look neither. Just let me do the talking for a bit, okay?
It's good quitting time. We're at 3 minutes over. Looks like it's going to be a Kino level, though. This has a lot of really great level design. Having fun. Good game so far. Very, very minor nitpicks. Just to do with the presentation and writing and some of the ideas. This could have been workshopped out before it was made. And even after the fact, a lot of it could be fixed just by tweaking the dialogue. Some of it you can't fix because it's just already in the game. Like the concept of drugging a guy into submission after the main character says that he doesn't prescribe drugs is, I don't know, man. But then again, killing the guy yourself also wouldn't have been narratively correct. What do you do in that situation? When you're designing a game like that and you've written yourself into a corner. Fuck. I guess just try not to write yourself into that corner to begin with. Easier said than done, I suppose. A lot of great gameplay, a lot of great progress in that game. Having a good time with it. This is why I play video games. I think if I were to just be more discerning about only buying games with really high high ratings, I would not ask myself that question as often of why I play games. But I play a lot of shit games just because of the themes and a lot of games that feel like it's like a job, like RimWorld, just because of the tism. But it is refreshing to play a game every so often that's just really interesting and novel and well done. It reminds you of why you love the medium. So that's all for tonight. Thank you for hanging around. We had a bunch of new people show up. That's always positive. Hope they become repeat visitors. Get at me again on Friday, same ham time, same ham channel. It's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time, 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood M Dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.